How we doing, guys? We all right? There in a minute. Just get things set up. Just getting set up. Be a minute. How's everybody's weekend gone? We all right? I do hope so. You had a nice Sunday. I'm just posting the link on Twitter at the moment, and then I'll be getting on with the game then. Sorry guys, I can't see chat at the moment either while I'm doing this, so I'm not ignoring yous. Right, ready to rock and roll. How are we doing? How are we doing? Let's jump into odds for a bit. Let's jump into odds for a little bit. We did come to the trader, didn't we? We did come to see if the trader was open. Do. Is it open though? I don't know. I don't know. It's not open here yet. I'll try around this side. Let's try around this other side, see if it's open there. If not, we'll go in official servers. We'll go into an official server in a bit if it's not open. Yeah, I think there's only a couple of people in, isn't there? If there ain't much in, probably not going to be much happening in the server, is there? I watched the Sunday sermon of the Knights Templar earlier. Knights Templar Church in Northern Ireland. I enjoyed it. It was a good sermon. I think I want to start attending that every week. That one. Very traditional it was. I like it. I would recommend it to everybody else. Yeah, about 600 people I think in it watching. Good. Yeah, I would definitely still recommend it anyway. Yeah, it's looking closed, isn't it? Looking closed. Pumpkin! Cinderella was here. Can I get through that? Oh, bloody hell. Pain in the backside. That was a pain in the backside, I'm not going to lie. I don't think it's open again. So what's you guys been up to this weekend? You been up to anything? I was speaking to Honda earlier in Discord. He's got a busy Sunday today, which is nice. Oh yeah, Paul, how's it going, mate? Yo, you been up to anything this weekend, mate? Maybe we've had a nice Sunday. I think we're locked out here. Yeah, we're locked out. Ah well, we'll leave the server. I was only coming to use the trader, but nobody in. Nobody in. All closed up. We're going to a different server. Sleeping, back to work tomorrow. Yeah, mate. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Oh, I'm just going to pause the stream a second. I'm going to select a server. Oh, I was having problems then with the server actually connecting for us. I had to do that stupid thing where you have to go back into the last server you were just in. Pain in the backside, but it is what it is. Let's get going. Have you had anything on today, Paul? You done anything? Been anywhere? Seen anybody? I'll be quite honest, my day's been pretty uneventful. My day's been very, very uneventful, to be honest with you. Just done a little bit of tidying up around the house and that's all. Yeah, same. No worries, man. No worries. Right, let's go. I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't even check to see if this was Livonia or Cherno or what. I think it's Livonia. I just selected a random server. Always good. Always good. 10 bullets. We've got 10 bullets, all we need. That's all we need. We've got to play it on. Yeah, we've got to play it on. Need to get some different pantaloons on though. And white ones are horrendous, aren't they? I don't get out much. Work from home since pandemic. Lost my dad who lived with back in 2022. We came to. Oh mate, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that. Bloody hell, man. Yeah, it was hard on everybody, that man. The coup. It took. It did a number on everybody, and I don't think our societies have recovered from it, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of the issues we're facing today, although not entirely from it, certainly were accelerated by the actions and decisions taken by various governments around the world. From mass immigration to the financial troubles that we find ourselves in, including things like net zero being forced upon us. A lot of that stuff all started coming into fruition then. But let's be honest, it didn't all come from nowhere. All of those plans were already in the background, cooking away. It's just lockdown gave them the excuse to go ahead with the evil plans that they had cooked up. It was the opportunity for them to do it. Have I got a knife? And I do think that the lockdown was evil. And I mean that in the most literal interpretation of the word evil. As in biblically evil. I think it was wholly evil. And totally unforgivable. I will never, ever forget that part of our history, ever. I'll also never forget how willingly people went along with it either. Not everybody, obviously, but the joyful gusto that some people went along with it was quite shocking, in my opinion. You know, the willingness to shop the neighbours in to the police and stuff like that. Shocking, man. Shocking. Yeah, Bob, how's it going, mate? I don't think anybody should forget it, really. Lockdown. It's terrible. Terrible. Terrible crime against all peoples in the West, specifically. I see zombies up at the end up there, but I think they are within spawning distance of us in the church. Here. It's over that way somewhere, that. Conditions at rifling. Warm, that's fine. That's fine. The gas. Listening to what that zombie's doing. Making sure it was that zombie and nothing else. I'll read that message in a second, Paul. I've just seen you've messaged me, mate. Somebody's been around here. What's that? Had 5 brothers and a sister before. Now we don't speak. Only me and 1 sister now. We're conspiracy theorists, nut jobs to the rest. Well, they'll wake up one day to it, buddy. They will wake up to it one day. Unfortunately, the propaganda was incredibly strong during that time of history. We seem to be in a position where people unquestionably believe governments. They seem to have learnt nothing from history. Time will tell. Time will tell. Your family's not alone, I'm afraid, in that one, mate. I'll get that out. Yeah, it's unfortunately happened to a lot of families, that, mate. Like I said, they will eventually come round. They're just not ready to admit the truth. The thing is, for a lot of people as well, is it's not just a case of accepting that what happened was a lie. It's coming to terms with the fact that the entire government system sort of lied. You know, that the whole, you know, like doctors, nurses, you know, civil servants, mayors, politicians, police, everybody was going along with it. And it's a lot for a lot of people to take in, man. It's kind of like that scene in the Matrix. You know, taking the red or the blue pill, and some people don't want to. Some people just don't want to admit the truth to themselves, man, because it's hard. My God, how many zombies is around here? And one day they will realise it, man. It's like that thing with mass immigration as well. You know, everybody can see it happening in real time, but for some reason, some people just don't want to admit it. I'm getting laggy here, aren't I? I might have to change servers, you know. I might have to change servers because I'm getting bloody bad lag here. This server's not doing very well. Black pill bin there. I don't think it's black pill, man. I don't think it's black pill. I don't know what I'd call it. Black pill's giving up, mate. That's like the end is nigh type thinking. You know, and all is lost. Everybody abandoned ship. That's black pilled. It's just denialism, mate. It's hard. You know, it's how we human beings, we build like a structure in our mind of what the world is, of what we want it to be, and it's to do with making things predictable. You know, it's like, you know that if you let go of an item, it's going to fall to the floor. I mean, can you imagine if one day you're walking through your house and you picked up a ball off the floor and then you dropped it and the ball didn't go to the floor, it went up to the ceiling? You'd freak out, man. You know, your brain would go into complete meltdown. Or if you let go of the ball, then the ball folded in on itself and disappeared. You wouldn't know what to do with that information, because your entire universal model in your mind will have just been destroyed in front of your very eyes, to the point of where you might even just go into full denial mode and be like, nah, I never picked up that ball, it never really happened. You know, and that's what I think's happened to a lot of people. I think it's called cognitive dissonance. And it's hard, man. It's really, really hard for everybody. You know what I mean? I was onto it straight away with a lot of it, but not because I'm better than everybody else, but because I've been quite fortunate that throughout my life I've met a lot of people early in my life who challenged a lot of my preconceived ideas, and that took me a long time to come to terms with and accept were lies. You know, going back to like the sort of early 2000s. So I was kind of prepared for like the pandemic being an absolute lie. But not everybody's had the benefit of that kind of meetings with other people, do you know what I mean? And for a lot of people, they're starting to find out that conspiracy theories might actually be true. And that's hard to take in, man. That's hard to take in. But as you say, you've been there yourself. You know, it's that swallowing that medicine is bitter, man. Bitter, not nice. Nobody wants to do it. And that's the experience that a lot of people have had since lockdown. They're coming to the realisation that governments actually lie, and they're not interested in the people. They're interested in themselves, lining their own pockets. And a lot of people are coming to terms with like the whole climate change industry as well. And a lot of that is just scientists gaming the system to enrich themselves. You know, it's hard to accept that, because everybody's got this idea in their head originally from being young that all scientists are just inquisitive people who want to fix the world. And when you start to realise, actually, no, a lot of these people are just greedy people who are very clever and know how to manipulate their field of study to make money and turn it into a gravy train. It's hard for people to accept that. Like with the grooming gang scandal over here. I mean, I don't know where you're from, Paul, but in the UK we've obviously got the gangs of foreign heritage men. Now, it's not, obviously it's not exclusively to that community, these crimes, but it was the scale of the cover-up and the scale of their own communities covering it up as well. That was the shock. You know, and the uniqueness of the crimes was obviously targeting people from different communities, whereas normally what characterises usual crimes like that is people target from within their own communities, but they weren't. They were targeting from other communities. So they were quite unique in a number of different ways, which is why, again, it's so shocking. But again, the cover-up aspect of it was also shocking. And even now, there's people in denial about it. Even now, absolute denial about it, because they just can't, for whatever reasons, they just can't get it into their head that the government and the police and social services and God knows how many other groups are involved in lying about this and covering up these horrendous crimes. Because in their mind, those organisations and institutions are there to help them and they're good. You know, we're seeing it as well with people getting locked up for saying hurty words online now. People who've never been in trouble with the law before, who are good people, go to work. Not controversial people. Not like far right. A lot of them aren't even like unusual voters. They vote for the uni party, a lot of them. You like Lib Dems, Labour or Conservatives, so they're not even like politically radical either. They're very, very sort of middle of the road people, and they're suddenly finding out that the police aren't always your friend. And once they've got you in their crosshairs, they want to get their target on the board, so to speak. And they're starting to find out that that just following orders is still alive and well even today. And it's hard for people to come to terms with that, man. Very hard. But I want to be very clear, that's not to be critical of all police officers, far from it. You know, many, and I'd like to think the overwhelming majority of police officers don't just follow orders and do actually challenge those sorts of stupid things, or do drop, if they are sort of forced into them sort of investigations, will drop them at the earliest possible opportunity and make it very clear to the people that they are investigating that, look, I've got to do this, let's just jump through these hoops and then I'm going to let you go and you'll never hear from us again, kind of thing, if that makes sense. Because, you know, at the end of the day, there are limits to what the police can refuse to do, and yes, you do to a certain degree have to follow orders, but there does come a line where you've got to say no as well. You know, like when I was in the army, if I got ordered to go into a village and gun down loads of unarmed people, I'd go on a war crimes trial for that. Now, I'm not saying that the police turning up and knocking on your door to speak to you about something you posted online is directly comparable to that, but somewhere in between the police knocking on somebody's door for posting a non-illegal and completely lawful statement, and then the police putting people onto train carts and sending them off to happy camps where work will make you free, so to speak, somewhere in the middle of those 2 points is the police going too far. You know, the fact that they're even on that trajectory is worrying. You know, that people like me are even able to say those things out loud is quite worrying. You know, I mean, the fact that the police are actually turning up to people's houses to talk to them about legal and lawful communications is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And really, I do think... But again, I mean, yeah, I suppose the police could refuse to do those. But if they're going to be doing a full career in the police and they want to get promotions, are they going to get promoted if they're refusing to do jobs like that? And that's another problem, isn't it? That is another problem. You know, when the seniors have got them by the short and curlies. You know, I'm not saying I agree with them doing it, but I understand it at the very least, and that's an important thing I think we all have to do, is at least understand the motivations. Yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, definitely correct there. Cheers, man. Cheers. Toppling here, aren't we? We are at Toppling. There are hunter cabins near here. That we're going to have to go visit. See if we can go grab a scope for that Tundra. Or possibly some bullets for this KAM. And a few 308s won't go miss either for the Tundra. Oh, yeah, Under, how are you, mate? How are you? How dare you? How dare I indeed? You know, JD Vance made me laugh in that speech he said, where he went, I think if the United States can tolerate Greta Thunberg and whatever it was, like speaking down to us or touching us for 10 years, you can put up with me lecturing you for 5 minutes. That made me laugh, that. That made me laugh. How dare you? Old Greta. She's bloody disappeared now, hasn't she? Into obscurity. Don't even hear from her anymore. She was a bloody plant, weren't she? There was nothing about Greta Thunberg being all over the news that was organic. There was nothing organic about that at all. She was 100% a psyop. Yeah, you like JD. I don't know much about him, I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about him. But what I have seen of him, I do like. He seems like a very intelligent man. He seems to know what he's talking about. His speeches are pretty well written. I mean, very well written, I should say. Oh dear, I'm getting red barrel. I'm getting red barrel, that's not good. That is not good. I might have to leave this server in a minute. I've heard people say that he never used to like Donald Trump, but I mean, I don't see too much into that because that's politics, man. You don't always get on with the people you work with or like them. You know, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I like JD. He does seem like he wears eyeliner though. Yeah, 100%. Anyone who can speak sense, I like. Yeah, man. That's it. You don't have to agree with him, but at least you can understand what he means or where he's coming from. And he seems honest, you know. And I know a lot of politicians would say, "Well, I am honest," you know. But he does seem genuine in what he's saying. Where are we going here? Right, seeing if we had any tape then, but we don't, do we? But yeah, he does look like he wears eyeliner, mate. He looks like he should be in My Chemical Romance or something, doesn't he? Sick of listening to word salad lies. That's it, man. Well, that's an important thing. He's not, like you say, just bloody vomiting up a thesaurus, is he? He's actually just saying, speaking in plain English, and he's not mincing his words, and he's not being apologetic for it either. You know, oh, you know, we can't say that because it's me. And he's like, no, this is what I believe. This is what is true. And this is what we need to do. And if you don't like it, there's the door. F off. Absolutely, man. I agree with that. Speak in plain English. Yeah, he does. He seems smart. He seems to know what he's on about. And yeah, like his speeches, man, very good. That one that he did in Munich was brilliant about free speech, and where he said he's basically, if you don't support free speech, we're not going to support you. I think that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely. Absolutely agree with that. And I think it's about time Europe started standing on its own 2 feet anyway. I think America has been in Europe for far too long now. And I don't mean that as like in an ungrateful way. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of the problems in Europe, like with the social welfare problem and, you know, like so many migrants being attracted to Europe because of welfare programs, comes from the fact that Europe doesn't have to spend money on its defence because America's there. You know, so they can, all that extra money they can just throw at people instead to keep them happy. It's like bread and circuses type tactics. Well, if America leaves Europe, Europe's going to have to start thinking about its defence and spending money on it, which means they're going to have to start pulling money out of things like importing a million bloody Somalians every year into Europe. You know, they're going to start having to ask some tough questions about where all the money's going, because they are going to have to start funding their own defence, and it's right, man. Same with my country as well. You know, and I know on paper the UK does meet its NATO commitments, which I think is 4% of GDP. However, that is a massive con in Britain, because it's not 4% getting spent on actual defence, like buying guns, bullets, paying wages of soldiers, you know, tanks and ships and all that stuff. Over half of it's being spent on bloody pensions and care of disabled soldiers who've been wounded in combat. You know, so like the guy over the road from me, he's retired. He's a retired major. His retirement money is classed as part of that 4%. So it's a bit of a cloak and dagger trick by the British government to make it look like they're spending 4% on defence when they're not. So that needs looking into as well. You know, and the Americans need to start scrutinising those sorts of financial trickery that they're engaged in, because it's a scam. They're lying. My government is lying to your government about the NATO spending, and it's wrong, because they want to they need the money for paying for illegal immigrants and sending bloody money over to foreign countries to pay for things like bloody Ethiopian Spice Girls and crap like that, and to give money to the Indian space program as foreign aid. Stupid. Never listen to what politicians say. Instead, watch what they do, especially when in power. Yeah, 100%, mate. 100% agree with that. Always look at what they do. Actions speak louder than words. That doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to the words. You know, you can still gain a lot of information from listening to them, but you've got to certainly watch what they're doing. That's far more important. Like when the government says we're going to reduce immigration and then they increase it to 1.5 million people a year, you know, that tells you everything you need to know. Even more in America, obviously. 100% agree with you there, John. 100% agree with you, mate. Very well put. Let's go! I don't even know where we're going, guys. I don't even know where we're going. I mean, I know where we're going on the map right now. I know where I am. I mean, I don't know where we're going long term. Just going for a wander, I think. The old Soviet joke was, we pretend to work, they pretend to pay us. Yeah, man. Yeah, big time. Big time. And that's what's going to end up happening here. Well, it's already happening. There were lots of things like that in the Soviet Union, weren't there? People used to steal everything as well from work in the Soviet Union. Everything. You get people taking home like truck wheels and stuff for no reason, because they weren't getting paid enough. And the whole mantra was, well, it's our money, it's our stuff, this is the people's property and I'm the people. That was the mindset. It's crazy. That's part of the reason why it collapsed as well. Yeah, man, the Soviet Union, very interesting time that was in human history. Crazy experiment. Crazy experiment. I can't believe we're doing it again. Yeah, in our countries. You know, and you actually say to people, when talking about this sort of stuff, yeah, you know it failed in those countries when they did it, don't you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's going to fail when we do it, right? No, 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 it won't fail when we do it because we're different. It's that level of arrogance. That's for somehow we today are far more capable and far better than all the humans from history who tried doing the same things and all failed repeatedly through history. But when we do it, we'll do it right this time because we're better than them. Crazy, man. Absolute crazy. Like people think they know better than our ancestors. They think they were stupid, man. They actually think people from the past were retarded and didn't have a clue what they were doing because the technology wasn't as sophisticated as ours. They think the people were stupid. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's go! Oh, not as fast as last night, driving around this map in the car. Well, I mean, a different map, but the same, obviously, map as this one. Livonia. But a different server. Gosh, you can get around this really quickly in a car. Unbelievably quickly in a car. I think you can get around the whole map in about less than half an hour, can't you, in a car? It's stupid like that. Stay away from them zombies. Can see anybody? Watch out for tripwires in these as well. Come on, in you go. That's not from in here. I know I'm only picking up little bits of ammo, guys, but it's ammo I can use. In this gun. I'll have a look at those messages in a minute, mate. I'll have a look at those messages in a minute. Never listen to what politicians say. Instead of what they do, especially when in power. 100%, mate. 100%. Oh yeah, sorry, I've already read that one, John. The voyage to Utopia is over a sea of blood, but you never get there, Peter Hitchens. Well, yeah, but that's because the word Utopia means nowhere in ancient Greek. That's where it comes. That's where the, I think is it entomology? I think the meaning of words. Oh no, the entomology might be bugs actually. But anyway, the meaning, the root of the word for Utopia is ancient Greek, and it means literally nowhere. So Utopia isn't an actual destination; it's a journey. That's all it is. You never get to Utopia. So whilst playing the game, guys, it's always eat your food. There's no point storing it. It takes up space. And when you get killed, you're only feeding somebody else. I'm very much of the just eat all your food as quick as you can. If you want to carry any food on you, carry some human meat cooked. And maybe a tin or maybe a couple of bits of steak or something. So that when somebody kills you, they'll hopefully eat that human meat and get karoo. That's I see figures like Ash Sharkar are trying to distance themselves from woke. Now the wind has changed. Yeah. What Ash Sharkar doesn't realise though is that people like myself, and I assume you guys as well, have got long memories. And we're not going to forget that people like Ash Sharkar called us racist, bigots, homophobes, transphobes, small-minded, idiots. We don't know what we're talking about, gammons. You know, we're not going to forget those things. They cannot scrub those accusations away, I'm afraid. Now that it's no longer politically expedient for them to do that. And people are going to remember that, and it's going to constantly get brought up. And they are going to be cast out from wherever they tried to go. Nobody's going to forget that. Nobody. And no amount of, oh, you know, woke's dead and we've got to change plans, and even saying we're sorry, it ain't going to work. Because they're going to be reminded of it repeatedly. I mean, and I think they're only doing it because Aaron Bastani, her boss, is telling her to do it. I mean, and by telling her, I don't think he's actually told her, but he's obviously had children recently, and he's on a bit of a traditionalist arc at the moment because he's realising, oh, I have to have responsibilities now. So because he's the owner of Novara Media, his staff, people like Ash Sharkar, are going to be following his lead. But I'm afraid, as I say, we ain't going to forget those things. 100%. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm afraid you don't get to engage in that sort of behaviour for 10 to 15 years and then just suddenly be, oh yeah, we're all friends now, guys. No. Where she did a video where she was celebrating that London was no longer majority English. Yes, lads, we're winning, I believe was what she said. Yes, lads, we're winning. You don't get to do that, I'm afraid, and say you're sorry afterwards. Some things are just unforgivable. And I think people like Ash Sharkar are also starting to realise that they are the architects of a lot of the nationalism that's happening across Europe, and I think they're starting to panic as well, because I think they're starting to realise that the what they thought was mockery and sweeping people under the rug, trying to chase people away with shame tactics, has turned around and bitten them in the arse. And people are getting to the point now where they don't care about being called things like racist, where people are actually openly saying we're going to deport every single non-European. Now, I'm not saying I agree with that, but that is what's being said openly and publicly now, where people are actually saying things like Rishi Sunak, the previous Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, isn't English. And people like Ash Sarkar are starting to go, oh poo, what have we done? What is this monster that we've created? And like I say, they're trying to distance themselves from it now. It's like Piers Morgan with the C-19 thing. Sorry, it's not enough. Nope, definitely not. I won't forget when Piers Morgan was saying that people who didn't get vaccinated should go to prison. I'll never forget that. You don't get to, I'm sorry, you don't get to step back from that and say you're sorry. You don't. That's like the camp guards at Auschwitz after they, engaged in mass extermination of people, turning around after the war going, oh, we're sorry we'd murdered hundreds of thousands of people. It just doesn't do it, does it? Just doesn't do it, I'm afraid. It doesn't cut it. And I guess there's some people who get swept up in it, and then part way through it, they suddenly have the realisation of, oh my God, it's like that joke from that the Peep Show guys did. Are we the baddies? And they have that realisation, and then stop doing it in the middle of it happening. I can kind of forgive people like that because they at least have the reason to, they have the reason to think, whoa, I've got swept up with this, and it's gone from it's gone from low level to medium level to high level bad, and they've got to the point where it's getting really bad, and they're like, oh, yeah, this is bad, like, we shouldn't be doing this. But people like Piers Morgan, where it's after it's happened and it's all calmed down, and it's now safe for him to say, oh yeah, we shouldn't send people to prison for not taking vaccines. No, you don't get to do that when it's no longer when it becomes safe for you to engage in that opinion. No, it don't work. That's a cop out, I'm afraid. That's a cop out. It's a lie, in my opinion. Unfortunately, there's too many of those people. Never forget and never forgive those things. That's my motto with that. Never forget and never forgive. And always remind people. Like when people complain about taxes being too high now. With people that I know who supported lockdown, I go, but this is what you wanted. And they go, what do you mean? Well, you wanted lockdown, didn't you? Yeah. Well, what did you think was going to happen when the economy was shut down for a year around the world? What did you think the consequence was going to be? Did you think it'd just be sunshine and lollipops and rainbows everywhere afterwards? Do you think everything would just be hunky-dory and fine? You didn't think there'd be a financial consequence to it? Well, I didn't expect this. Well, what did you think was going to happen? You wanted this. You may not have realised it, but this is what you wanted. When you said, lock everything down, I want to go on my year-long holiday. This is your consequence. Congratulations. You've got exactly what you wanted. Now stop complaining. And that's what you need to say to people like that. You've got to shame them with that. Well, not shame them, but, make them eat humble pie. They need to understand what they've done. And repeatedly tell them, let them know in non-certain terms, this is what you wanted. You've got exactly what you wanted. You wanted lockdown. You wanted the economy shutting down. That means you wanted higher taxes. And you wanted our fuel bills going up. You wanted the price of eggs going up. You wanted mass immigration, because guess what? Mass immigration's been justified because of lockdown. Because they needed the workers in. They needed all those carers and people like that in. That's Boris Johnson's excuse. And I believe it's what Joe Biden said as well. So everybody who wanted lockdown but then complains about mass immigration, tell them, well, this is what you wanted. Now, we all know, obviously, that was actually a lie. They were using lockdown as the excuse. They just want the mass immigration because it's cheap labour for the businesses. That's why they want it. But, don't let a golden opportunity go to waste to rub people's faces in it. Because at the end of the day, that's the words the politicians themselves have used. You know, they use lockdown as the justification for mass immigration, so revel in it and use it, guys. Use their own words against them. Until they're forced to admit that it wasn't about lockdown, and it wasn't about the pandemic, and it was actually about undercutting labour costs, and keeping wages suppressed. Make them admit it. Either way, they lose. Whichever way it goes, they lose. You've got nothing to lose by pushing those points, and everything to gain. It's a win-win. Whichever path that line of argument goes down, you win, no matter what. Do not relent. It's a great book for everybody to read. It's an ancient military document called The Art of War by an old Chinese general called Sun Tzu. Brilliant. Like, the advice in there is fantastic. It is all quite, you know, loose with the words, so to speak. It's like allegory. Kind of like, you know, if you listen to like Bruce Lee talking, he goes, "Oh, you've got to be flexible like water." You know, like if you have a jar, fill the jar. If you have a cup, if water takes the shape of the cup. That's what martial arts go with. It's kind of like that sort of thing, you know. But you can apply all of the tactics and all of the theory in there to debating, to a lot of things, to business and everything. It's incredibly, the strategy aspect of it is unbelievable. The way of thinking. But the point is I was getting to with that is, Sun Tzu also says when an enemy has been defeated in the open field, never let them retreat and regroup, because what they'll do is they'll lick the wounds, they'll reorganise and come back at you, prepared and possibly to defeat you. So at the moment, they are on the run. We are starting to beat them. We can't stop. You've got to keep pushing the points, guys. You've got to keep chasing after them. Run them down. Keep driving the metaphorical knife in. Do not allow them to regroup. Do not allow them to reorganise. Keep pushing. And don't go over all topics. Don't start talking about transgenderism and stuff again. Because that's going back in time. You're taking that's like when the Allies were going into Berlin. That'd be like doing a U-turn and going back to the beaches of Normandy again. You don't do that. You don't go to old battlegrounds. You keep pushing forward. You've got to keep pushing forward. You know, so it's things like talk about current events like high taxes. That's what you wanted. Like I say, is a good one. Deportations. We are doing mass deportations. You have to make them come to our talking points, because if they're defending, we're winning. Leave Piers alone. He did a bang up job on the movie Home Alone and Mrs. Doubtfire. Both great films, then. But yeah, guys, it's The Art of War, great book. Read it. In fact, I think there's a good YouTube channel that's done good little video essays on all the Art of War lessons. Just 1 second. I'll see if I can find it for you, because I know that everybody likes reading at the end of the day. Yeah, this is a good one. This like a videography. About 2.5 hours. Not one long video. It's lots of short videos, and they do loads of other stuff on that channel. Good channel, that, by the way. Very good channel. But as I say, I mean, The Art of War, though, the lessons in that book, you can apply it to pretty much every aspect of your life, whether it's business or social interactions, sports, everything. Debating, politics, everything. Yeah, well, you'd be surprised how you can adapt. Like I say, you can adapt military strategy to debate and to politics. Works very well. So that son's got his hat on today, hasn't he? The son has got his hat on. The son has got his hat on and he's coming out to play. I mean, if you just want the actual audio book as well, if you just type in The Art of War, there's loads of just the audio book itself as well, which are also well worth listening to. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So what's everybody been up to today anyway? Anybody done anything interesting? As I said earlier, before a lot of you got in, I was listening to the church service by the Knights Templars today. I enjoyed it. It was very good. I think I'll be attending their online sermons more often. I very much enjoyed that. It was my kind of service. More of the fire and brimstone style of service than the gay loving of many modern churches. Hey, big homie, how you doing, mate? You alright, buddy? How's your weekend going, sir? I've not spoken to you in a long time. Anybody who doesn't know Big Homie, he is a larger YouTube channel, does DayZ content as well. Highly recommend him. I highly recommend his channel. Excellent game player. Has good laugh as well, good banter. Ezekiel 2517, what's that, Honda? Please share the passage with us. I've always liked Gregorian chant. Yeah, man, Gregorian chant's brilliant. It's, very, very good. Sounds amazing. Form of Western meditation, Gregorian chant. See, a lot of things that people get excited over about, like Eastern, like mysticism and stuff like that. We actually have it all over here already. It's just people don't recognise it for what it is. yeah, like say like Gregorian chant is our version of meditation. Just people, until it's pointed out to them, people don't even realise it. They think meditation's some unique, like Far East only bloody concept. No, we have it as well. We also discovered that method of looking after ourselves as well. So far, so good, my brother. Yeah, man, I've been super focused on work, dude. But I'm back, man, and hope you're well. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Glad to hear it. Hey, but buddy, don't worry about it. We all have to go to work, man. That's life at the end of the day. The only certainties in life, death and taxes. So you'll never hear me complain about people going to work. At the end of the day, mate, you've got to keep the wolf from your door, haven't you, and pay the bills. Those energy bills and those food bills ain't going to pay themselves, are they? Unfortunately, as much as I wish they would. Every time that bill comes through the door, I always think, "Oh, pay yourself, please. Go on, go pay yourself F off." But they never do. They never do, and the money has to come out of my account every time, unfortunately. I'm still waiting for that magic wand to come through the door. Oh, yeah, Jan. Yes, told me. Yes, the only alternative is to starve. Well, I mean, I tell you what, I'll make you a deal, mate. You break into my country illegally, and I'll break into your country illegally, and then our different peoples will feed each other for free then. That's how you get fed for free, mate. Go break into somebody else's country illegally. And then all the people stupid enough to work and pay taxes, they'll feed you. Hey, we got a deal there, mate. That's how fun. Hey, chat. If you're paying bills, I have some if you'd like them. Unfortunately, Jan, I've got enough bills to pay myself, otherwise I would. I'd love to pay other people's bills if I could afford it. I'd love to have that level of money. I mean, I don't think there is anybody over there. Can we see anybody here? You can almost see to the door from here, can't you? Nice little spot, this, really. I think they've blocked it off, though, further up. Yeah, I think they blocked it off up here, haven't they? Big homie, yeah, do you make DayZ vids? Feel like I might have watched. Yeah, he does. His videos are very good, by the way. His videos are very good. Friedman said you cannot have a welfare state and open borders. Yeah, and he's absolutely correct on that. You cannot have a welfare state and open borders. Well, you can, but you'll bankrupt the country very quickly. Well, I get what he means. He means to have a, he's got the implication that to have a functioning country is what he means. But yeah, he's right on that. But in the same way that, I mean, you can drink a bottle of bleach, although I wouldn't recommend it because it will kill you. You know. So when people say you can't drink a bottle of bleach, obviously there's the implication that you technically can do it, but it'll kill you. It's the same with what he's saying there about migrants and welfare state. You're just going to destroy the nation. Which we're seeing. We're seeing happening before our very eyes. And you get other issues as well, unintended consequences, like societal decay, people stop caring, lowering of social trust, tax avoidance starts happening. You know, there's lots and lots of downstream issues that come from mass immigration as well. It's not just the benefits itself. There's lots of other costs that come with it as well. Go down here and see if there's anything down here. I found quite a lot of loot down here in the past. Get cars and stuff down here sometimes. As I say, I'm not. It's just one of them, innit? What do you want? What do you want from society? You know, unfortunately, running a country is not an easy thing to do, is it? And sometimes you've got to make tough decisions. And doing the right thing and doing the kind thing aren't always the same thing either. Well, very rarely I'd say they're the same thing. The question is, are they destroying the country on purpose to speed up the prison island? I don't even think it's about a prison island, to be honest with you, Jan. I think it's far worse than that. I think it's about greed. I mean, at least you could say if it was for a prison island, there'd be some sort of justification for it that would kind of make sense. I don't even think it's like that. I think it's purely self-interest and possibly for some people it might be revenge for history as well, you know. I think it's that simple for some people, you know. At the end of the day, blood feuds are a real thing, guys. Very common in the rest of the world. And not even in the rest of the world, even in Western countries. You know, you get some, you know, we all know families who've been fighting each other for years and don't get on. Nothing new, is it? You know, those people get into politics and power and bring those kinds of ways of thinking with them. It is a dreadful thing to see a largely high trust society become a low trust one in a single generation. Yeah, man, totally agree with you. It's terrible. I thought I saw something then over here. Nah, it's just that tree. It's just a tree. Yeah, man. Very short-sighted as well. You know, for those who are doing it for profit and for business reasons, the short-term gains are going to be hugely offset by the long-term pains of the future when the high trust high productive society stops being high trust and stops being highly productive and becomes increasingly poor, and there's less money going around for everybody. You know, there's less money being spent on their products then. And then they'll be like, oh no, profits are going down. Why is that happening? Oh no, there's not enough people to work in our factories anymore. What are we going to do? Because nobody's having kids anymore. But it'll be too late then. The trouble with a lot of the problems that are happening is when they get to a really noticeable point, it'll be too late to do anything about them. At least in our lifetime, anyway. You know, you're talking multi-generational problems here, which is, I suppose that's the limits of democracy as well. You know, don't get me wrong, I think democracy is great, and I think it's the least worst option of all forms of government. But it does have huge flaws, and one of the biggest flaws of democracy is the limits of the election cycle, where there's a huge incentive on political parties to not engage in long-term projects. Like we've seen it here in the UK. Like we're having a serious power issue at the moment, and the cost of energy is through the roof. 6 times more than in America, our energy at the moment, by the way, guys. We pay 6 times more than America. And that's because Nick Clegg, who was leader of the Lib Dems, I think it was 2012, or possibly 2014, went on national television and said, we're not going to build nuclear power plants because it'll take at least 10 years before the first one comes online. That was over 10 years ago he said that. And if that idiot had started building nuclear power plants back then, we would be enjoying the benefits of those nuclear power plants today. But because of his short-sightedness of the electoral cycle, he didn't want to commit to it because it wasn't a benefit to him in the long term, and it was more beneficial for him politically in the short term to be opposed to nuclear power. And we're now suffering because of that. And that is a real, real problem with democracy. Is you need people who are willing to be brave to stand up and say we're going to commit to these 10, 20, 50-year projects, maybe even 100-year projects, something that'll take longer than we'll be alive to see the end of. Just like the cathedral builders did in ancient Europe or medieval Europe. You know, some of them cathedrals took like 120 years to build. You know, but they did it anyway. They did it anyway. But that's down to voters as well to think like that as well. You know, for voters to think, yeah, you know, we'll vote for this project. That's going to take longer than we may see the benefits of in our lifetime. But we'll do it anyway. And people having conversations like, you know, like me saying this now to you guys. You know, it's down to everybody to do that. We're all responsible. You know, it's not a big thing to do. It's not a big thing at all to do. You know, just to explain these things to people like this. And just make that little difference in that little part of the world that you live in. What's happening is definitely pushed by the spirit of Cain. Yeah, I'll totally agree with you, mate. Definitely, it really is in the spirit of Cain. Spite. But that's why that story's in the Bible, man. It's there to warn people about it. You know, whether you don't have to believe in the Bible being absolutely real. I mean, I'll play pun intended, devil's advocate. You know, let's just say you don't think God's real. That's fine. You don't need to believe in God to understand that the stories in the Bible were written by people over maybe multiple thousands of years of collected knowledge and condensed down into the most accurate way and the easiest form to be able to understand those lessons to learn, because human behavior and civilization's basic structures haven't changed. All that's changed is the technology that we surround ourselves with. But the basic things that bind us together as people and the way our societies sort of function and work will never ever change. As long as we're human beings, it'll change when we're not humans, if we evolve into something else. So you don't need to believe in God to learn from the Bible and the lessons that are there within it. You know, just act like God's real. You know. And we'll suddenly start finding, oh wow, civilization's working again. Oh wow, society's not falling apart, it seems again. I wonder why that is. Oh, because we're following rules that human beings have understood for tens of thousands of years. That people figured out before writing was even invented. Like how to cook food. You know, we still cook food today. We don't throw that bloody knowledge out the door, do we? Oh, cavemen invented cooking. I guess we'll stop doing that because what did those idiots know? I guess we'll stop cooking our food. Oh, we'll stop wearing clothes as well because cavemen invented clothing. Oh, you'd have to be a right idiot to carry on wearing clothes. What did those primitives know? No, we still do it, don't we? There's certain things that just make sense. You know, you don't need a PhD to understand certain things. You know, like how to have a functioning civilization. You don't need a PhD in it. You just need to accept basic truths about human behaviour. The only religion anyone needs is to be the best person they can. Well, yeah, no. You're not wrong to a certain degree, but what is even meant by the best person? I mean, do you welcome infinity foreigners into your country and feed and house and clothe every one of them? Because some people would say that's the best thing you can do. You know, be 100% charitable 100% of the time to 100% of people that ask for it. I don't think that's a good thing to do. I really don't. And I'm not nitpicking at you there, Jan. I'm really not. I'm not trying to like have a gotcha or anything. I just think it's an important thing to discuss. You know. And I think tough love is far more important. You know, that kind of Victorian spirit. You know, making people stand on their own 2 feet and work, and saying no to people as well, for a whole variety of different reasons. You know, the death penalty, I think that needs bringing back. You know, he's hanging another person, being the best person you can be. No, it's not. It really isn't. There's nothing great about it. There's nothing honourable about it. There's nothing glamorous about it. But I think it still needs to be done in order to have a functioning society. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Paradise lost. Yeah. Yes. Said the lunatic who was running the asylum. No, because that is crazy. Being good means judging each situation separately, but acting with kindness and honesty, but doing what needs to be done. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. But again, you've still got to be careful with that, though, Jan. And I'm not saying I disagree with you, by the way. But weak people will manipulate those kinds of words. You know, like using words like kindness and stuff. You're opening yourself up to so much forms of emotional manipulation with that sort of wording. But again, it's not that I don't disagree with you. It just takes being incredibly resolute in what you mean and saying no to people. You know, you've got to have a heart of stone almost. And it's not because you don't care, but sometimes doing the most caring thing is doing the most stern things and doing the toughest things. You know. I mean, I'll be honest with you, mate. I think empathy's a vice a lot of the time. I'm not saying it's not useful, but empathy is an extreme emotion, like anger is. And in the same way that anger does have uses from time to time, you've got to be so careful with anger. And it's the same with empathy, man. Empathy can be very dangerous because, like you said, suicidal empathy, man. That is where empathy goes very quickly. Empathy will destroy you and your civilization really quick, man. Very dangerous. Unchecked empathy is really dangerous. Yeah, we have evil people who take advantage, act accordingly. Yeah, totally, John. Totally. 100%. 100%. Teach kids how to judge character instead of inventing genders. Yep, totally. Well, it's like we used to... kids used to lose at sports at school. And that was a very important thing for kids to learn, was how to lose. And I'm not saying we should teach kids to be losers, but how to cope with losing, to better yourself, to go on to then win in the future. We don't do that anymore. Everybody gets a medal now. Everybody's a winner. Dangerous. Child-led assessments and parenting. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Lacks leadership. Leaves kids confused. And leads the kids to become overly emotional and incapable of dealing with stress and challenging situations. Apathy and tolerance are the last virtues of a dying society. Yeah, 100%. I can't remember who it was who said that, but yeah, it's very, very wise words, and I fully agree with it. Sounds like something Mark Twain would say, although I don't think it was him. Have I got a compass on me? Don't think I do I? Tracers. Are they all tracers? Get rid of them tracer bullets. Tracers. Are they tracers? Winds. Get this sorted out. Oh, bloody hell. Why did that run off then? Why did that run off then? Could have been a coincidence. Spengler said all great civilizations go through 4 phases, similar to seasons. We're in late autumn, if not winter. I think we're in the winter, mate. I think we're in winter already. Yeah, I think we're definitely shot GG's. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. February 25th for the wipe. He's going to make a fire in a minute. Need to find somewhere to make one though, a bit better than what we've currently got. Venison, prime venison is, mate. Venison is. I think bear's meant to have the highest protein count. Honda, who was in chat before, he sent me a video showing people in Africa making mosquito burgers. Gross. Apparently they've got like 5 times more nutritional value though than beef. I still wouldn't eat them. Still would not eat them. Mosquito burgers. Ugh. I got a cooking pot. No. It's annoying this when you're going through the woods and it's all just bloody open trees everywhere. And where's the clumps of bloody bushy trees when you bloody want them? You'll have to do. You'll have to do. Yeah, man. Finishing is good though. Get sharpened up. I have some bones on me as well, so at least I'll ruin me bloody knife. Ruined. No. Well, let's just take one of them sticks out of there. Craft a fireplace. No, not a fireplace. No! No! Hand drill kit. That's the one. Right, let's get this stuff cooked. It's a shame you can't hang meat off the tripod, isn't it? Red barrel, boom, boom. Why don't you call my name? Oh, that's not good, is it? That's not good. That's not good. Oh well, we get killed here, we get killed. If we get killed, we get killed. Doesn't matter. do as much of this cooks as we can with this one fire. And then we'll obviously leave what we can't cook and get going. We'll end up overeating in a minute, aren't we? Oh. Lovely venison steaks for us. I'll tell you what, I wish I was eating that venison steak for real. Delicious. For some reason I was just a little bit too far then. Weird how it does that sometimes, isn't it? Weird how it does that sometimes. Oh well. The Pope's not very well today either, is he? He's been in and out of hospital a couple of times today. He's got pneumonia in his lungs. Obviously in his lungs. Where you get it, innit? Yeah, I think the Pope's not long for the world. I think he's a heretic anyway. I don't think he's very Christian. And he's a Jesuit. Openly supports communism as well. He's a big part of the problem, I think, that's facing the West at the moment. 'Cause Pope has a lot of influence, whether people like it or not. The Pope definitely influences a lot of Western politics. That man has been absolute cancer for the Western nations, I think, with his opinions. Some of the things he said. Not that I'm a Catholic anyway. I'll cook a few more steaks on this fire. On these embers, I should say. Barbecue now, isn't it? No longer flame grilled, and it's now barbecue. Good that you can carry on cooking when you're hot embers, though. It's a good little detail. See what we get going in a minute. We'll get moving in that direction, I think. To the right. Heading away from the sunset. We might try and do a gas zone run at some point soon, I think. Get the NBC kit together. Our fate is similar to the Xmas market. One safe to go to, now armed guards and barrier. With name itself changed to winter to stop offence. Yeah, man. It is. It is. It's the undermining of our culture, values and traditions right there. People who hate us trying to erase our civilization. I mean, I mean, our countries have never been perfectly safe, have they? But they have certainly got more dangerous in the last few years. Certainly got more dangerous. And the main thing is our food isn't in the red yet, so we can at least keep cooking for now. Hey DayZ, how you doing? China. Yeah, China, man, that's been a big part of the problem as well. Reagan trying to bring China into the West and thinking he could stop them being communists. He's an idiot. When really they've played us for many, many years now, for decades. They used our openness against us, enriching themselves whilst not allowing us to operate within their country. China. Yeah, man. China. China. Trump's absolutely right about China. We need to start thinking civilizationally again. Countries like China and India do. They see themselves as separate civilizations, civilization states, as do the Russians. You know, South Americans do. I'm not holding that against them. But people in the West have got this deluded idea that we're all just one race, the human race, which technically is correct. You know, but people still think of themselves as different groups. And if you don't play that game with them, they'll just steamroll over us. And we've got this pathological altruism in the West, man. I think part of the problem as well is a lot of the people in the West haven't left the West. So they think the rest of the world works like the West. China is the future. They put pee-pee in your Coke. Yeah, they do, mate, they do. That's Red Bull, isn't it, where they put pee-pee in the Coke? Bull pee-pee. Freedom is the only way, yeah. Well, freedom with caveats, yeah. You do need to have a certain amount of rules. But as long as you operate within a basic rule framework, you know, you can have far more freedom. Because then you can have a functioning civilization. And having a functioning civilization gives you the freedom to pursue things that you want to do. You can take my wallet, but you will never take my freedom. Will police. You can cut my kid's genitals off, but you'll never take my freedom. I think that's been the recent battle cry, hasn't it? Sorry, that's Scottish side kicking in. You're a wee under the head, you, eh? I'll do you up a treat, Polly boy, eh? You're a dunder jobby, you. Oh. No, that's it. That's it. We're done. We're done here. Storm is a brewing. That's my cup of tea. That's brewing, mate. You can never outrun a greased up Scotsman. Malban Peking duck during the Cultural Revolution. I know, man. He bloody made people go out and scare all the starlings and sparrows away as well because they were eating grain, which led to the famine as well. All the little birds. Mao accused them of eating spare grains that were falling on the floor, and said it was against the revolution, or was counter-revolutionary. So he ordered all the people to go out with pots and pans and scare all the little birds away and stop them from being able to nest and rest, which it ended up with like millions and millions of birds having heart attacks and dying from exhaustion. Well, obviously, the next year, without all those little birds flying around, they had a massive plague of bugs, and all those bugs ate all the crops, and between 30 and 60 million people starved to death. That's communism for you. You have all these wonderful ideas which sound great when you see them, but then when you put them into practice, have lots and lots of very dangerous unintended consequences, which lead usually to mass starvation and famine. Because communists are retards. Red Guard, Western students. Yeah, man. The Red Guard were students. They were Chinese students. Pretty much all of them. You're absolutely spot on there by saying that. That is an accurate observation. And just like with the Red Guard, if they do get the revolution, what will happen to them after the revolution is they'll all get thrown in the bin, just like the Red Guard did, because they were too radical once the communists had taken over. And that's when the secret police get involved then. But like I was saying before, when people have bad ideas that have never worked through history and they go, but it'll work this time because we're different. It's the same with the bloody revolutionaries. I know in every other communist revolution that the revolutionaries are the ones that get lined up against the wall after the revolution has succeeded, but that is different this time because it's me doing it. And why would they line me up against the wall? I'm different. I'm special. Prince and the Revolution. Mao eventually stopped him. Yeah, mate, he did stop him. He did. Because they'd stopped serving the purpose at that point. So he had to. They were too radical. And he labelled them counter-revolutionaries. We've got a Chinese police station here trained to send people back to China that are speaking out and speaking their mind about China really is. Yeah, kidnapping them off the streets, you mean? Chinese citizens. There's a few Chinese police stations been found operating in the UK as well. I think the most recent one was in Glasgow. They're operating out of a takeaway upstairs in a Chinese takeaway. Or it might be in Edinburgh. I think there's one in London as well that they found. But they found them in other cities like Birmingham and places like that as well. Yep. Yeah, I thought so, mate. Thought so. I mean, to be honest with you, in my opinion, when you find secret police stations operating within your borders like that, all the people found working in there should be shot. All of them, in my opinion. For under espionage laws. I mean, it's one thing to have spies operating in a country. I'm not saying you should generally shoot spies, because otherwise our spies will get shot. But that's something else, that's sending secret police forces in to operate within your jurisdiction. You know, they have absolutely no jurisdiction in our countries. You know, like that's like enemy soldiers being found. Do you know what I mean? It's like an invading army. Should shoot them. Make an example of them. No, it doesn't surprise me one bit. China doesn't care about stuff like that. They don't care. The thing is, there's like 1 billion of them. So they've got the people to do it with, to throw away. It was like during the World War II, they'd have one Mosin rifle in a village, but the entire village would operate it like a field gun almost. You'd have the guy shooting it, you'd have people running up with bullets, like multiple spotters. You'd have people there like maintaining the weapon and cleaning it between shots. It's like a full team operating one gun, one bloody Mosin rifle. It's crazy, mate. That's how the Chinese do things. Same in India actually. They work in a similar way because they've got that many people they can do. It's a very inefficient use of people power. However, it makes that one gun far more efficient. And when you haven't got enough guns to go around, I guess you might as well try and maximise the efficiency of each gun by throwing more people at it. I think I'm near those pillboxes actually. Have a look over here. I think I'm at the southernmost pillboxes. I am. Ed Miliband and friends want a literal year zero solution to any production. Well, they do, and I'm convinced that's what they mean when they say net zero. When they say net zero, I think they're about the economy. They're trying to turn the economy into a net zero economy. They're actually trying to make our economy to zero, so to speak. I tell you what, we'll take that gas mask. We'll do that. We'll try and get an NBC kit together. Ed Miliband is a communist man. They used to call him Red Ed. And for our American listeners, we have our colours the opposite way around to you. So, whereas you have Republicans are red and Democrats are blue, we do it the other way around over here. Oh, should we take that one instead? Yeah, let's take that one instead. We won't do a massive run around. We'll just do a one in, one out. Yeah, man. Net zero, year zero. I do agree with you, by the way. I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong. I think both can be true. I'm being quite cagey coming in and out of these guys because I've actually stepped on landmines and stuff in here before, in these. And bear traps. Redhead. Redhead. There we go. Next one. The campaign to stop air travel seems to have died off a bit though. Yeah, it always does, got to mate. At the end of the day, basic economics always wins out. You know, it's what... And I'm not saying it wasn't rigged against her, but it's what happened to Liz Truss, in it, when they got rid of her. It's economics won out. Now, I think with her, it was the system deciding they didn't like her and choosing to get rid of her, but they used the economic argument to get rid of her. But at the end of the day, that's what they did, and it worked. I thought quotes were coming in. Quote. You thought quotas were coming in? Well, I don't know, mate. I don't know. As I say, business will be putting pressure on them, though, won't it? You see, the thing is as well, when Labour was saying a lot of this stuff, they were saying it from the sidelines. You know, they were saying it as the opposition, and they were saying it for 14 years as opposition. And when you've spent that long as opposition, you know, what you're going to say is going to escalate and escalate and escalate. And it's very easy to mouth off and say crap when you don't actually have to enforce it and do it. But now they're in power, it's different, isn't it? It's like when you hear people, I was arguing with some people online on Twitter the other day, well today actually as well, about, there was a video on David Atherton's channel, and I think Raw Egg Nationalist shared it as well, of a guy getting beaten up by 8 immigrants in the street. And you had all these people going, oh, just jump in and fight them and help them. And I was just saying, don't do that to people. You're going to get yourself stabbed and killed. Oh, they would reply like, you're a coward. Of course you should jump in. It's like, it's easy to, but it's easy to say that when you sat behind a keyboard you know, and you're watching a video. And not only that, but if you want to join in and do that, by all means, be my guest. Don't let me stop you. But you don't encourage other people to do it when you're not the one who's going to live with the consequences of it going wrong as well. And that's the same sort of thing, the same sort of mindset. You know, it's very easy for Labour when they were in the outside of Parliament, you know, the sidelines, to go, yeah, we're going to tax big business into oblivion. Yeah, we're going to put quotas on airlines. Yeah, we're going to do this. But now that they're in power and they've got the very, very real pressures of society bearing down on them, suddenly those ideas that they thought were brilliant and easy to say don't look quite so good, do they? And that's the reality of it, man. That's the reality of these things. Just like with the people on the internet saying, oh, jump in and fight 8 people on your own. Like, really? You think you can do that? Mate, you're not in a movie. You're not in a film. But don't get me wrong, I mean, I was coming out with practical advice, so it's like, look, you need to organise. If you're really concerned about this, organise, get together with other people, train, go out in groups, you know, don't go on your own, and that's how you deal with things like that. Do it in a legal and lawful way as well, learn the law. You know, but if you see a guy getting battered by eight people, I mean, if you want to jump in, do it. Don't let me stop you. But don't be surprised if you end up getting stabbed or you're lying on the floor with 8 people stamping on your head, and that's the last thing you see. And you don't wake up again. And I hope your family are proud of you that you weren't a coward when they're burying you. But that's the reality of it. And unfortunately, some people don't live in the real world. You've got to pick your battles that you can win, man. And dead heroes are no good to anybody. I don't think that 15-minute city thing is still a thing at the moment, but don't be surprised if they start talking about it again. I think it's going to be one of those lingering things. It's like with digital ID and Tony Blair. They're going to keep talking. Tony Blair will keep talking about digital IDs until either they come in or he dies. And it'll be the same with that 15-minute cities, and it's going to be one of them where either we're going to outlive the people who want it and they'll die off, or it'll happen. And I don't know which will come in first. They're not actively pursuing it, I don't think. But as I say, don't be surprised if they do start talking about it again. I had to jump in and take a kicking myself one day. Seen a load of lads, there was like 13 getting jumped by another 4 or 5 lads a little older, but I couldn't stand by and watch. And that's just me. I know it's daft, but hey ho. Listen, man, I'm not saying don't do it. And again, when I was talking to people online, I was saying, you know, every situation's different, and you got to assess it. You've got to sort of look at the type of people who are doing it. You've got to look in the sort of area where you're doing it. You've got to assess the risk for yourself. Do you think there's a risk of you getting stabbed or shot if you're in America? You know, these are very real risks. You know, the video on David Atherton, it was a bunch of clearly not just black lads, but I believe they were foreign black lads. You know, and the risk of getting stabbed by them if you jump in, man, is very, very high. Very, very high. Well, that's up to you, man. If you're willing to get stabbed over a stranger, I'm not saying don't do it. But I don't think, Pete, you should be advising other people online to do it either. And I think that was my main issue. Was it's easy to tell other people to jump in and do something about it when it's not you that's risking getting stabbed. When it's them and their families who are going to have to live with the consequences of burying that person. And I don't think that's right. And as I say, I think a smarter thing to do is use videos like that, show them to other people, friends, family, people in your community, people you know, and form groups and warn people about going out on their own and organise together to keep each other safe. So that you're not on your own and you're not a target, because they don't care about honour, they don't care about fair fights or any of that sort of stuff. They only care about winning. That's all they care about. At the end of the day, if you're on the floor getting stamped on by 8 of them, they don't care that's dishonourable, because they're not the ones getting stamped on, you are. They are winning, you're not. And that's all that matters to them. And you've got to play, unfortunately, you've got to play by their rules. And that's the sad reality of it. They're from different countries with different cultures, values and traditions than ours. That was a lot of loot outside. Very true, mate. Like I say, again, I'm not saying don't do it, guys. By all means, if you want to do it, do it. Makes you feel better. Do it. I just locked him in there then. Oh, nice. If he stops someone from getting shanking, I mean, I would, just me though. It's up to you, mate. It's up to you. That's something you've got to choose for yourself, mate. But is it right you getting stabbed so somebody else doesn't get stabbed? You know, you haven't stopped the stabbing from happening, and it could just end up with you and the other person getting stabbed. So now you got 2 people stabbed and 2 people getting buried. You know, again, that might not happen. You know, you just getting involved might calm it down. You know, might de-escalate it. That does happen as well. But I have seen a lot of stories online, and as someone who is obviously, I have done training in fighting and self-defence. I do have to advise, look after yourself first. You know, and I'm no martial arts master, but not by a long way. But it would be wrong of me to not advise that. I always tell folks, just get the F in a gym and learn some Muay Thai. Will help you out. Yeah, definitely, mate. It's better than nothing. However, the realities of even Muay Thai and stuff like that is it's still very, very limited in its effectiveness against somebody with a knife or a gun. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Even going out and doing track and field and learning to sprint. You know, just being able to run away and having the stamina to run away, or having the stamina and endurance to stand and fight and just outlast somebody else is worth its weight in gold. Nothing like that is bad advice. However, the reality is if somebody's got a knife, mate, you've just given that person a black belt with 10 years experience. Straight away. You know, training 5 times a day, that's how dangerous a knife is. Super, super dangerous. That's why I didn't get involved. I said because I thought 5 guys was plenty enough. I seen a group of 5 guys beating a man because he was riding an electric dirt bike. I quickly seen an officer and told him about it. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're right. Your primary concern is to look after yourself first, man. I mean, let's say you got involved in that and you got beaten to within an inch of your life and that other guy did. Well, who's going to help both of you then? Nobody can help because you're both victims at that point. But again, these are all decisions that different people have to make at different times of their life. Animal instincts. People like to hunt in packs. 100%, mate. Oh, right, you're about Five Guys, the bloody restaurant. Yeah, mate. Well, look, it's basic. You know, it's past animal instinct, like you say. You know, wolves attacking packs, lions attacking packs. Safety in numbers, mate. These people from these very, very poor and dangerous countries understand that because they have to live with it regularly. We in the West don't have to live with it, and we've kind of forgotten it. Whereas once upon a time, we did know that. You know, even just going back to like the 60s, people understood that. Well, so like in the last 40 years, we've kind of lived in a weird sort of paradise almost. A very strange period of time. Do you think Reform are worth a punt or just Tory 2.0? I think long term they're going to be disappointing. But I think short term, you know, they're the best, they're the least worst option we have. So go with them, I'd say. But yeah, I don't see them being long term great. But for the short term, definitely they'll do. People do that seeking validation. Oh god, I have bad memories of that. Well, yeah, man. Worst well in the map. Dangerous. Very dangerous well. Definitely the most dangerous well in the map. Right, I think I've been here long enough now. I've not searched everything, but I've definitely been here long enough. I'll read your message in a minute, John. I'm just having this drink. Wonder if all the rest will merge against them if it looks like they might win. I don't think they'll merge, but I think what they'll do is they'll try and do that cordon sanitaire against them. So you'll see like Lib Dems and Labour stepping down in certain areas and doing deals with each other like that to try and stop them getting in. Whether it'll work or not, though, is another thing. Yeah, I think I don't think Reform are going to go far enough. Oh, that was a big bang. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I'm trying to flank him. I got out of there just in time, didn't I? More than likely. Oh, definitely bait. Definitely bait. I think there's two of them as well. In pack attacks, it's usually the weakest and about the most brutal. Yeah, man, definitely. Definitely agree with you, man. I agree with you. See if he shots off any. Yeah, and that's why I jumped in and I couldn't watch a younger get his head stomped on by 5 old lads. I know it was daft. Yeah, man. I'd say I took the worst of it, so he didn't need to. But hey, all I've seen. That's it, mate. I mean, I'm not saying don't do it. You know, people have got to make that decision for themselves, but I can't, in my own conscience, advise people to do that. And then that person who I've said, yeah, jump in, man, that person then goes on to get either stomped to death or stabbed to death or something similarly equally brutal and nasty. You know, that would be bad advice, in my opinion, to give to somebody. But by all means, if people want to jump in, go ahead and do it. Guards need to be on guard, yeah, man. That's it. But that's the sort of mindset I've had from my entire sort of professional working life. You know, whether that be in the military or working on the railway or even now. You know, you don't just go rushing into danger, especially not on your own. You know, even at war, you don't just. I know you see it in films where you have the lone guy run in and take on the enemy platoon on his own to rescue all his mates. That isn't how it works in real life. You know, you're running like that and you're going to get yourself killed. You know, you go in as a team, a group of you. You work and support each other. That's how you do it. I mean, even like with firefighters and stuff, you know, you say, oh, a firefighter runs into a burning building and rescues somebody. It's like, well, yeah, they do, but they're not doing it on their own, are they? They've got a team of people behind them. Just like one fireman's turning up on his own to a burning building, is it? It's a whole group of them doing it. I mean, even police officers, when they're dealing with situations, yeah, they might be temporarily on their own, but they'll be on the radio saying, I need backup. You know, so they might try and defuse a situation on their own, but they know they're not going to be on their own. So even in that regard, it's not the same as you in the street stepping into a fight on your own, helping somebody else. You don't know if anybody else is going to step in and help you if it gets too bad or not. You just don't know that. Again, I'm not saying don't do it. You just got to be aware of that. And I think it would be wrong of me, with my background and what I know, to not advise people in that regard. Yeah, but even if you avoid it, yeah, man, it still comes looking for you. It does, 100%, 100%. And then if you have no choice, absolutely crack on with defending yourself. You know, 100%, 110%. In fact, I agree with that. That's why I wear my seatbelt in my car. I don't do it because the law tells me to. I do it because just in case. You know. Can do, and yes, I've seen it happen. Yeah, man, absolutely. Hope no one plans on retiring today. And about the open society is stupid, mate. I think we're a bush camper here, aren't we? We'll have a little listen. I've heard a few gunshots. Seen some tasty scraps in the naffy, Dave. Oh, absolutely, mate. I have two. I have two, mate. Yeah, a lot of scraps in naffy, don't you? Bait shots in it. There's definitely two of them. There's definitely two of them. Get a good position and bait them. Two different rifles before. Yeah, it was, mate. I had two different guns firing then. Two different handguns. I think he's in these bushes here somewhere. Possibly be on that hill over there. Overwatching the town. Have a look. Weird question. Has anyone seen the movie Batteries Not Included? Been told to watch it. That I'm into UFOs. Amazing film. Absolutely amazing film. It's olden, but it's an amazing film. Childhood classic from the 80s. Get some more noise from them shortly. I don't think they'll be able to resist themselves. Yeah, Paul says good movie as well. Thank you, sir. That's all needed. Love them all. Love them all. Yeah, man. Them little robots are brilliant, aren't they? Brilliant, brilliant film. I've not seen it in years. I'll be honest with you. But I have very, very fond memories of it. Very fond memories. But it's like a bit like Cocoon. I've not seen that in years. But I just know if I watch Cocoon again, I'd still enjoy it. And I've got a feeling it'll be the same with Batteries Not Included. And Flight of the Navigator as well. That's another good one. You'll probably enjoy that as well if you're into UFOs and you've not seen it. Flight Navigator trippy movie. Yeah, man. Yeah, I loved that as a kid as well. Do we have anybody around? I can't see anyone anyway. Like I said, there's definitely somebody here. We found all the loot and we've heard the gunshots. It's a shame the grass doesn't render in at further distances, isn't it? Because it gives great cover while you're in it, or at least you think it does. As we can see, when you're far away, nothing. No grass there, and all it does is gets in your way, really, when you're trying to aim. Gives you the illusion of cover. Gives you a false sense of security that you're actually hiding when you're not. And all it's doing is obscuring your view while you're trying to aim. But somebody at a distance can see you if they're looking at you. I search up Flight of the Navigator and Childish Gambino pops up. Oh. Ooh. Saw him again then. I don't know if I hit him or not. Don't think I did. No, I missed him. I missed him. Yeah, Mary. And he won't have a clue you're there unless he's really experienced. He almost broke his leg. I don't think I hit him, mate. I don't think I hit him. Shoot him, Clint. See if we can find him. See if we can find him. I saw him then over here. I think it was just either the leaves or the trees moving. I think I definitely scared him though. I think I definitely scared him. It's where Pioneer's good really. Because with the Pioneer you they can't hear the bullets if you miss them. I've got a feeling they're up here somewhere, you know. Got a feeling he's around there somewhere. He's definitely overwatching Polana. Definitely. He's in here somewhere. And I think he's near the top. I can't see him. Making the bottle suppressor was definitely the right move though, weren't it? He was playing stealthy, creeping across the road, so watch your back as well. Yeah, man. That's if he's figured out where I am. That's if he's figured out where I am. I don't know, maybe I did hit him before. Maybe I've hit him and hurt him and he's run off. He might possibly have gone down to that lake actually at the other side, couldn't he? Sounds like they're scare me, not gonna lie. Yeah, man. They are scary. You get retards like me camping the bushes. Let's see him from here. it up as well while we're here. I've got a feeling he's run off, hasn't he? Ah, he's up there. He's up there somewhere. Yeah, he's got eyes on me, but I've not got eyes on him. Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with you. I need some new trousers. I've been bloody looking for some, I can't find any anyway. mean, they're slightly better. They are slightly better, aren't they? Yeah, but I've got a feeling there's two of them. And they are definitely camping Polana. And I don't know if I can get a better position over them, to be honest with you. Oh, fun though. That was fun. He shot from 300 meters away, I believe. Oh yeah, it was well. Yeah, it was like over 300 meters. Definitely. I think I had the rough area where he was shooting from. I just couldn't find him. I just couldn't see him in the trees. I'm wondering if he's put a ghillie suit on as well. With that bag. He's got a ghillie in there. Luckily he's as bad at shooting as me. There we go. Savannah House. Go to Savannah House. I think he was shooting a moles in, weren't he? As well, by the sounds of it. No such thing as ghillies, mate. It's all Sasquatch. Ha ha ha! That's it, that's it. It's all Bigfoot, innit? No, that'll fun anyway. That'll fun. This one or the other one? I think it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it's this one. This one with the wood pile. Oh, it's not far. Definitely two of them around here. Definitely two of them. You see that Alex Jones talking about Bigfoot? Yeah, with Joe Rogan. Alex Jones on Joe Rogan, by the way, is the best Joe Rogan there is. And his second one is even better than the first one. But they're both really good. I'm going over to what we call the Savannah House here. Because guess what? You usually find a savannah in it. And there's a little tiny garden in the back of it as well. Looks like somebody's been here. Oh, there we go. Savannah. I've no magazine for it though. That. Devil showed me that. Little tiny garden. Little tiny tree. You'll see in a second. There you go. Little tiny garden with a little tiny tree. No doubt it'll spawn back in later, but it's not going to spawn in at least immediately. If somebody else goes there now, they won't find the savannah. And that's the main thing. Oh, somebody else back again in that savannah when I'm using it on me from behind. Lol, there's a blue weed plant in Chernarus as well up near Svetlajark, I believe. Is there? I didn't know that. I know there's the hidden Lenin head, isn't there? Inside the trees at one point. I can't remember where that is now though. And yeah, that's a cool one. The statue that's used to be at Tizzy. Yeah. It's a bit bleak, but there's a car on this map with a family stuck in it under the river as well. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll try and find that one day. It's a bit grim, isn't it? A bit of attention to detail though to the map, innit? Environmental storytelling. Just at least eggs to find, aren't they? That little tree and that garden, Devil showed me that. I think him and Shane found it by accident. Because they used to spend a lot of time in the Savannah house, apparently, on different servers. Yeah, the Colin Brody checkpoint. Yeah, I know the one you're on about. You got the Colin Brody on the north side of the river and the police checkpoint and the train station on the south side of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I found cars round here before, you know. Bright red jumpsuit pants, no thank you. See anything? I don't think we will. But you know what? You never know around here. You never actually know. Hang on, 10 o'clock nearly. 10 o'clock. Ten o'clock. 10 to 10 in fact, cowboy time. Cowboy time! 10 to 10. Bloody hell, yawning again. It's taking a few more hours than usual though, at least. I'm normally yawning as soon as I get them. That's my favourite word in DayZ. You never know and get called stupid until you find a stash full of DMRs. That's it, man. That's it. Mate, look everywhere. Look everywhere. I have found hidden stashes in some crazy places before in the past. Crazy places. Like going down this valley here, I found tents down here before, you know. People think nobody will come down here. I was very happy the other night and I found a stash on Cherno, just in one of the wooded areas. Nothing exciting in it, just a shovel and a few little bits, but you know, it was a stash. It was fun finding it. We built a bloody fire right next to it before we noticed it. Yeah, man, little ponds at spawn points, exactly. Ponds everywhere, man. All ponds. The pond next to the airfield on this map is, I found stuff in there before. Found NBC kits in barrels. Oh, is that poison gas? Or fog? Not sure. I think it's fog. We'll have a look. We'll have a look. Poison gas, that, innit? Poison gas has come down here. That means there's players nearby. Or there were. Yeah, there's never been players here. Everything's open. Everything's open. Das ist Gas. Yeah. Das ist Gas. Indeed, mate. Das ist Gas. Entschuldigen Sie, das ist Gas. Yeah, you have a bad time in there. Go in there without a gas mask on. An NBC kit. Bad time. Start heading south again, north again. Back to the middle of the map. See if we find players there. Get an ambush on somebody. You know, it's the best way to kill people, isn't it? Ambushing them. No doubt we'll end up with bloody wolves on us soon as well. Go south, they said. It'll be fun, they said. That's it. You'll find good loot, they said. I ain't found F all. I came to the south of the map and all I got was these CDU pants. Come on! Come on! Let's get going! Let's speed up a bit if we can. Need a bit more food actually, we're getting a bit hungry again, aren't we? Nice. Nice goal to me, guy, hasn't he? Sporting quite a nice goal to you, isn't he? Might watch some of My Name Is Earl later. Classic. You know, I never watched them. You probably wonder how I ended up here. I never watched any of them, mate. Never watched them. I did hear good things about them, though. I should watch it. No, Malcolm in the Middle was my shows growing up, main ones anyway. Malcolm in the Middle was fun, man. That was a very fun show. That was very fun. You know, I tell you something I used to like watching when I was really young. Was the Wonder Years. I really enjoyed that. It had Joe Cocker as the intro music, didn't it? You know, I might go on a different server and practice some sniping. A community server. I know a community server could go on to snipe. Snipe to the heart's content and get as much practicing as possible. I might do that actually. I might spend a bit of time. I might spend the next week or two just trying to get me sniping improved. Don't think I've seen it, to be honest. Probably watched my dad watching it, but Wonder Years is well old, mate. I mean, even for me, it was an old show. I think it came out in the 60s, something like that, possibly the 70s. I think it was the 60s though. But man, it was a great show. It was a great show. Doctor Who fan. Never been into Doctor Who, you know. Never liked it. I don't know what it was about it. I could just never get into it. I'll be honest with you. I've never tried sitting down and watching it properly, though. But I just never. What I watched just never. It never caught me. Do you know what I mean? From the 70s, yeah, it probably was from the 70s, probably right. Yeah, man, Wonder Years, that was a good show, that though. That was good. Very wholesome. I just remembered him shouting, exterminate and chase us around the house. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. Exterminate, exterminate. Yeah, but you had a lot of fun with your dad doing that with you, didn't you? I was chasing my kids around shouting as well like that. Rah, 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 rah. Wasn't a bad guy, but lost him to alcohol. As many others have sadly good memories of. That's the main thing, mate. As long as you got your good memories with him, you know, at least you've got those, which is sadly something not everybody gets to have, isn't it? I'm sorry to hear that you lost him. You know, like I say, you've got those memories at least, haven't you? Yeah, man, alcohol's can be a wicked, wicked thing, can't it? What it can do to people. I don't drink. You have bears around here, you know. I've had a bloody encounter with a bear there before, going wild. I think it killed one of us as well. We were in, I think, 2 or 3 of us. Bear just bloody came out of nowhere. You know what they do when they go crazy? Funny. Funny time. Moving a lag ball. Good old lag ball. I remember looting this military base once as well. I had a bloody first time I made the connection between red flares and gas, poison gas. Was here. Came out of the building and I was like, oh, what's that red flare in the sky for? And then I realised really quickly what it was for, and the poison gas started coming down. Ah, run away, run away. Oh, we need to run. He's gonna have friends turning up. He's gonna have friends turning up. What do I get if you sing out of tune? I need a little help from my friends. Joe Cocker could sing, man. That guy could really, really sing. Not listened to him in years. I need to listen to him again, actually. I used to have his best of album. I think he got pinched out of it. I was in my old railway job. The van got broken into and I had a wallet of CDs in there that got nicked. Bloody annoying because it was all my favourite CDs as well. I wouldn't have minded, but when he got nicked, it wasn't even like when CDs were that popular. It was like about, 2017 or something like that, maybe 2016. So nobody was even really buying CDs at that point anymore anyway. So I don't even know why they nicked them. Stupid, man. Would have got about bloody £5 or something from. Ooh, car. Bill Withers. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Tune. Cheers, loser. Thanks for the car. Straight to the scrapyard. That's it, man. Oh! Oh, that's... Oh, you guys have just seen what's happened to me, haven't you? Well, that's the car gone, I guess. Easy come, easy go, isn't it? Easy come, easy go. Right, I'm going to make a cup of tea. Straight to the scrapyard indeed, by the way, DayZ. Right, we're back, guys. We're back. Oh, Christ. My back's sore. I don't know, I've woken up with a right sore back today. You know, I don't even know what server that was. Let's go in here and see if we can do a bit of sniping from the top of the prison. Might still be a doubt it. No, I doubt it, mate. Especially with speed I was going. I can't remember what the server was, though. I'll be honest with you. Right, let's end this character because I don't even know where we are here. Oh yeah, me and Devil's Bleed figured out in a bush here, didn't we? Yeah, I'm trying to restart this. I'm gonna shoot this character. Start a new character. I'll make our way to the prison. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Yeah, that's it, man. It's all going to get wiped in a few days anyway. Who cares? Even if it didn't, I don't care, mate. So what? You can wipe tomorrow, actually, innit? Or Tuesday. I'm try and grab a few little bits from over here. Get a water bottle at the very least. And we'll go up on top of the prison. Carry that up with us. Some gloves. People like to complain about wipes, but I think the more the better. Yeah, man. Wipes should be done regularly, mate. Wipes should be done very regularly. I think it should be every bloody month. Fresh wipe. Get rid of all the server lag. Let's eat that rice. We'll give the dupers something to think about after getting all geared up and a wipe comes out of nowhere. Yeah, man. Totally agree with you. Make it harder for them to dupe anyway, won't it? If you had regular wipes. Because they don't have all the bloody gear already collected up, would they? People were duping the plastic explosives from the Xmas trees, I think. That's what annoyed the devs a little. They were trying to be nice and get thrown in the face. Yeah, man, totally. Totally. Dupers can't help themselves, though, can they? They really can't. I mean, I don't know why they do it. I genuinely don't. It's a hardcore survival game. Why would you want to dupe on here? If you want to have equipment that much, go and play armor. Like, that is literally the game for you, because you've got all the guns, you've got all the bullets, you got as many lives as you want, you got non-stop gunfights because that's clearly what you want. Go play armor. I don't get it, man. I really, really don't get it. Well, yeah, man, you're right. They're trying to be nice and get thrown in the face. Absolutely correct. As I say, I don't even get why they're doing it, because the game's about trying to survive. You know, if you're duping, you're not surviving, are you? You cheat. You're just not, and you're not engaging with the game itself. You know, it's like it'd be like if somebody played Monopoly and just kept dipping the hand in the till. You know, it's like you're not playing the game then, are you? Only reason there were plastic explosives in the trees was because the legit players were asking for more easy access to them. Yeah, man, which is great. You know, it's nice that they did that at Christmas. They don't have to, do they? You know, it's just a fun little thing at Christmas anyway, isn't it? Just makes the game a little bit more, just mixes it up a little bit as well, doesn't it? Which is obviously important as well. You know, you need to keep the game fresh and moving. Zombies, come here around the back. Come here. Come here, zombie. Get here. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come on. A lot of women zombies here, isn't there? Come here. Wow. There's a lot of women zombies. Hello. Hiya. Come here. Come on, zombie. Come on. Yeah, a lot of women zombies there. Lovely. There's a lot of zombies on this map, isn't there? Come on. Come here. Come on, zombie, come here. That's it. That's it. Yeah, come here. There we go, lovely. Even better. Even better. Just need a drinks bottle now. Got plenty of food. Put that on actually, it gives a little bit more storage space. And the helmet just protects our little head. Now this well is always a pain in the arse. There's so many zombies around here. What annoys me about duping is that one thing can last you like a whole year if you just keep duping it. They should have something to do with the time mixed in with loot, if you get me. Well, I think they can. I think they can actually see. They can keep track of when you log in and log out of what you've got. So they could set trackers up in the algorithm to spot when you're coming back in with extra stuff. They would be. They should be able to do that. Especially if you're logging in and logging out within like 24 hours or 48 hours. You know. Because that's what you do when you're duping. You're logging in and out really quick, aren't you? Oh, we're getting a horde coming. This whole thing with the zombies as well, how many hits it takes to kill them is weird as well. Like, I don't quite get that yet. Your game, you can just lag it by itself and you have two whole kits. I know, man, it's crazy. The fact people actually do it, though, is even crazier to me. I don't get it. I don't get it. Right, where's that? Get that, and then get that. So if we put them together, it just takes 4 anyway. The one most people do is clone of the character or of the old router method. I've no idea how they do it, mate. Genuinely no idea about any of it. I've never had an interest in learning how to dupe either. It's not something that's ever interested me. It's I don't play the game for that. My German mate tied himself up one day in DayZ, of course, YouTube, and told me to punch him. When I did, there was two of him stood in front of me. What? How did that work? I'm getting all the women zombies today, aren't I? Come here, zombies. I was just shocked. I thought he was joking, like, hey, punch me. Bloody hell. Tracksuit jacket and raincoat. In fact, I'll get rid of that now, can't I? Pliers? No, thank you. Yeah, man. It's pretty crazy, that. Come here, zombie. Sling bag as well. Yeah, I've got two of them now. There's food eaten. I need to find another gun or something, or a stack of shotgun shells. Just try and get into that prison. Once I'm in, I'll be alright. It's an IJ, that might do. That might do. This server seems to have zombies spawning inside houses as well. I don't think that one's been locked in there. that? A hat? It's netting. I really wanted to get a bottle. That's why I came over this way. You guys say tuna. That's it, mate. Tuna. Not tuna. 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 Change away the bed. Changes. I don't know the song. I know the tune. Don't know the lyrics. David Bowie. Well, if we get a Mark 10, Mark 2, Mark 10, because 10 bullets then, we'll be at least somewhat geared up. Oh. That was a bear. That was a bear. We're getting more zombies on us. Oh, I want that knife. I want that bag, sorry. That bag's an improvement. Oh, can't get the bag. He's bloody falling to the floor. Oh well. Just want either a box of shotgun shells. Nah. Or a Mark II, really. That'd be perfect. Get a Mark II. Bit of a reggae here and there, yeah, man. So we can get rid of that and that. We don't need them. Yeah, alright, come on. I really want them straw hats, you know. It's a shame that you can't wear them. Should be able to. You know what I mean? Devils were playing this yesterday. Was finding bloody AK-47s and everything up in these rooms. We'll make our way to the prison in a minute. Sex Pistols were decent. Yeah, man, Sex Pistols were alright. They were. Not a bad band. Not a bad band at all. Fun. The music's quite fun, isn't it? Easy enough to listen to. Bloody hell. Come up 11 o'clock already. It's amazing how long it takes you to get prepared in this game, doesn't it? I wanna be anarchy. Yeah, not a bad song, man. Not a bad song at all. I like the Megadeth cover of it as well. Dave Mustaine sings it well. "5 hours just to see you are dead, lol." Yeah. That's exactly it, mate. That's exactly it. Yeah, not even to hear the gunshot. Your screen just goes, "You are dead." That's always the best one, that, isn't it? You don't hear it, you get a blood splat, that's it, and you're dead. Screen red. What? What just happened to me? Yep. Black screen, that's it. Black old sun, won't you cry? Wash away the tears, black old sun. We'll try and get myself up the bloody oh, the bullets this time though. I had loads of bullets when I came up here yesterday. I've got a feeling I'll have to kill loads of zombies first. Tizzy. Well, finally getting to Tizzy and stepping on a landmine pretending you didn't see it seconds before. Yeah. Oh mate, I had that on Northwest Airfield. One of the first times Devils watched me playing. Crawled onto a landmine and then crawled onto a second one right next to it. That's what I want to do actually. I want to get zombies over here. Oh. That's it, come here. Because I want to try and get 4, 5, 6 boxes if we can. Come here, zombie. Come on. Right. Get a couple of these magazines as well. Drop them, pick up them. And stop this. Apple pie from McD's. At this time feeling brave. Yeah, man. Sounds about right. There we go. That's got the attention of everybody. Boom. Wow. Whoa. Wow, that's flying zombie then. How many people use exploding zombies? Yeah, they have a purpose, you know. Unintended consequences and all that. Where's that officer zombie gone again? Where are you? There you are. Health's going down, but oh well. A lot of zombies, isn't it? I might be running out of bullets here. Oh, I've run out of bullets, guys. I've run out of bullets. I think we're going to get through them all with this axe. And then probably going to be those two mummy zombies. Come on, zombie, die. Run away! Run away! Right, we'll get these finished off over here anyway. Not many people use exploding zombies. No, man, I already read that now, but yeah, absolutely not. My goodness, we finally got another box of bullets left back. Taking turns between the two heads. So at least then, if one of them does have a gas explosion, the other one's close to dead. Hopefully we'll kill these two. Me stranding on a car with a million zombies below me. Oh yeah, mate, it's not what you want, is it? I mean, it's a shame I'm not going to bleed baby AK because I've got enough bullets for it. That worked out well, didn't it, with the two mummy zombies? That plan. Oh dear. Here we go again. The mummy zombies again. I hope not. Nice. The car seems to absorb it when they're next to the car. Whoa. Yeah, that's what we're after, them bullets. I have to get off in a minute. But that's taken more time than I thought that. I'll take that. Yeah, man, that'd be amazing base protection. You're absolutely correct. %100% amazing base protection. I need another one of them. Especially, yeah, all those magazines I've got, I could probably get rid of most of them. That's less than what I've currently got space-wise. Might as well carry a few extra little bits. Spare magazine or two ain't a bad thing, so we'll get to hopefully where the Pioneer is. We'll log out, I think, 'cause it's well past my bedtime. Make sure it's not here. Nope. Oh, there isn't one up here this time. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, I'm gonna log out anyway. Gonna log out. Right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm way past my bedtime. I was hoping there was a Pioneer up there for tomorrow, but oh well, maybe next time. Right, everybody, take care. Have a good night. Bye bye.